Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hi. See, I told y'all I'd be back. But this time I'm going to be playing something a little bit longer, so, sit back, grab a drink, have a water, and, yeah, we're going to be in this for the long one. So this is Terranigma. The category that we're going to be running today is called No Birds Percent, which I will get into that a little more when we get to that point of the run. This category is very similar to any percent, except it just bans farming a certain boss, and that's about it. That's literally the whole thing. But again, birds are jerks, so. But yeah, this is one of the it's one of the trios in the Quintet series, along with Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia. And this is probably my favorite one out of the three. And yeah, it's good. It's got some really sick combat. It's got a good story. Terranigma Hundo, about I want to say it's hard to like define like what 100% would like mean in this game. So they just run a category called Majorrock percent. Which basically picks up every single Majorrock in the game and does all the quests and the town building, and I think it's like 6.5 to 7 hours, I want to say, give or take. This category, the record I believe is like a 338, something like that. My PB's a 405, but there's a lot of time for buffer here and a lot of time for cat jamming, because this game has some sick tunes. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and get started. We're going to name our file. We want to stick with one letter, just because text boxes are, you know, the text does scroll at a moderately fast speed, but we want to have something, just one text box. So we're going to go with a box, and that's going to be our name. But I'm going to go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this game is it's interesting. We were basically like put on this quest to basically like rebuild the world, I guess, or like recreate the world, because the surface world is pretty much like dead, and we need to basically like rebuild the world, because this guy says we need to. That is the elder of this village. We currently reside and live in the underworld. And everybody here is, yeah, you know, super happy. And you have a nice girlfriend named Elle. We don't get to talk to her right now, though. But right out the gate, we're gonna be performing a pretty much, it's like a trick glitch. I guess I wouldn't call it a glitch. I'd say it's more of a trick. So we need to break open this door. But there's a long cutscene. So if we throw that pot and break the door and also exit the room on the same frame, it actually skips like a 2-minute cutscene that you get there, where like everybody's like, "Oh my god, Ark, you broke the door. Oh my god." So instead, just by exiting the room and re-entering it, everybody's just gone. And like that whole cutscene, they're all like, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. I'm just gonna go home. This is Yomi. Yomi is going to be our companion for the entire run. He does a good bit of explanation here. He's gonna basically explain our entire menu here by telling us like which each room does and which each thing does. I mean, they couldn't break the door with anything else, so they had to use the super pots. So you have like your status screen window, you have your item screen window here. Next should be our weapons. This will be our weapon screen, our armor screen. And then he tells us that we have a visitor. But first we need to go pick up our Krista Spear. And the game is like, are you ready to embark on a journey? No, actually we're not. We're not, but we're gonna have to do it anyway. So this spear actually has a passive effect only while you're in the underworld. And it restores 1 HP every couple seconds. So like when you're playing this game casually, if like you're getting your, you know, butt kicked, you can just kind of stand around and just let the spear like heal you. But a curse just gets put on the people of Krista, and everybody gets turned into like a frozen statue here. Alright, so right out the gate, we are going to immediately change, just, this is personal preference. I like changing my attack button to the X button rather than the A button. It just works better with like the way that I hold the controller. But it's mostly preference. You don't actually have to do it. All right, so the elder, you know, comes back home after we broke into the sealed room and calls us a buffoon, an idiot, any name you could think of in the book. And then tells us that if we want to save the village, we need to walk outside the village and go to these 5 towers, which that opening to the village wasn't there before. There's a smiley face on the tower, by the way. Couldn't see it because it was kind of scrolling a little fast, but so each one of these towers are going to be like a testament of strength and like courage, to kind of like make sure that we're ready to go out into like the actual world itself. Alright, so the combat in this game is pretty much, if you've ever played Illusion of Gaia, it's you run around and you can perform combos, you can perform different types of attacks, and it's pretty good combat, honestly. We're gonna be utilizing that slice attack like that very frequently throughout this run, and the reason being is that attack actually has an incredibly large amount of like invincibility frames during it. Whenever you do the attack, you're pretty much invincible through the entire animation of this slicer attack. So you'll see us like kind of like doing this through different bosses. And we kind of do that like whenever we enter like staircases like that, because it's actually like, I think it's a frame faster to do it. So we kind of want to mesh this, the door opening and the level up on the same one. It saves a couple of seconds. And then we get this, this kind of cutscene here. So basically what we're doing by visiting these 5 towers is we're actually, like, rebirthing the world, and we have to do it continent by continent. So each one of these towers has a specific continent that it's going to basically, like, reborn into like the upper surface world. Right now the world above us is just smoldering water, ash, and, you know, probably a lot of like jazz music. So you get these like little cool cutscenes of like showing like the continents like rebirthing themselves and becoming reborn. This is one of the few games on the SNES that take advantage of the SNES's ability to use like the mode 7, which is mode 7 is so good. And you'll see that a lot like with the overworld. And like some of the cutscenes like that move throughout the world, you'll see that mode 7, and it looks so good. And the, rebirthing those islands also kind of save some of the villagers. But we're not going to go back just yet. We are going to continue our journey to the next tower here. And each tower has like a different kind of theme to it. This one introduces a new enemy. It's like a mage kind of deal. And that mage has the ability to kind of freeze you in place. We'll get more acquainted with that enemy once we hit, I think it's tower 3 or 4. I think it's 3. When we have to basically fight a mage, and there's like any RNG fashion, it can create fakes of itself, and you have to find the real one, and there's no indicator of which one's the real one and which one isn't. So yeah, pretty much a lot of these are just kind of introducing the different types of combat, different types of puzzles that could be in this game. You'll run across a scenario where you can't hit this button, but you can throw objects at it. And then we reawaken another island. I think the first island is Eurasia. The second one is... I don't remember the order of the islands. See if we can tell which island this is. That looks like South America? Maybe? Gaia, Illusion of Gaia is also a very, very fun game. I love that game. If only I could throw Kara into the river and never see her again, but... yeah, I think that's South America. So I think it's Eurasia, South America... Oh, I just don't remember. It's been a while since I played this game in English. Alright, so Tower 3, we have a couple of forced fights here. Where's that Tower 4? Nope. Sir. Those burn. So you'll see how we're using this to kind of go through those without taking any damage. This part here wants us to press these switches in a proper order, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to jump across those, because we can. Just kind of make our way through things. All right. So now, remember when I said earlier about how we're gonna get very acquainted with these wizard enemies? So this is the part of the run where it's probably like one of the most reset heavies in the beginning of this run. Because you just can't tell which one's a real one and which one's fake. So that was a fake. That was also fake. Alright, we're just getting some poor RNG. That one's real. That one was also real. And that one was real. So yeah, a lot of the times you'll see like a lot of the top runners kind of reset if they get more than 2 fakes. Because it's a lot of time loss. I think it's like 6 seconds per fake. Kind of reminds me of a certain Zelda game when you get blue balls. All right. Let's see which continent are we reawakening today? That one looks like Africa. At least the shape of it. The shape of it definitely looks... You could kind of tell by which continents they are by the landmarks that show up whenever like the screen pops up that says, "Oh, this was resurrected." Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely Africa. Pyramids are a giveaway there. Alright, so Tower 4 here, we're going to be picking up a specific item chest. Because we're going to need this item to forge into armor for Tower 5. Tower 5 we can't enter unless we have L's Cape. And L's Cape prevents this guy here from like firing a attack at us and like knocking us out of the tower. Excuse me. Goodness. Thought I was just gonna die there just from... Nice. From just being frozen twice in a row like that. Alright, we have to be a little bit careful here. At least until our health restores just a smidge. Alright, so we're going to be picking up this item here. This is going to be the crystal thread. We got to bring that to L, after this tower, and she's going to craft us a cape that will protect us. Wait this guy out. Alright, now we get to do this little mini game here. Oh, that didn't hit. The idea behind this is not to kill the little orb things. We just have to knock them off the little rolling, like roller coaster looking enemies. And once you do that, it's like, oh, the show's over, time to go. This one, I believe, is either Australia or North America, because you only awaken 5 continents. That looks kind of like Australia. Kind of. Not the same shape, but close. But not really. Very hilly Australia. Yeah, I guess we'll see about the landmark. And we get I don't know. A totem pole? Kind of hard to say. That one I don't remember. Alright. So what you're normally supposed to do is you're supposed to go to Tower 5 after this. And you're supposed to get knocked out of the tower by the guy. And then you bring this thread to L. And she tells you that she's going to make like a cape for you. And she tells you to come back in the morning. Continent of Belgium. I also wish I had this ability that Ark has, where you just run into a bed and you're immediately knocked out. That would be ideal. Unfortunately, you know, it's never like that. It's you gotta doom scroll social medias for like an hour, and you gotta get up and use the restroom a couple of times. Yeah, no, right? Amazing superpower. Alright, so Ella's still over here weaving our cape. She's gonna be doing that throughout the night. But we're tired. So we're gonna go back to bed. What's really cool about this game is that you can actually buffer text box inputs. we use the L button to buffer the input, so like I'm constantly just like pressing the L button like at the start of a brand new text box, and it just automatically advances to the next one. It's really, really nice. There are like scenarios where you don't want to do that, and the reason being is there's some like scenarios where you have to hit the no option. And if you do hit the yes option, you have to watch another 5.5-minute cutscene. So we're going to hold L and select here. And that's going to basically pretty much instantly warp us into our menu here. So we're going to put on L's cape. It's going to give us some extra defense. And now we can go proceed to Tower 5. We're gonna get stopped by that I guess, guard? So yeah, he immobilizes you here, and then he fires an attack at you, and without L's cape, it just knocks you out of the tower. So since we have L's cape, it just reflects. And then he tells us our final test is up here. We're going to be fighting our first boss, the Shadow Keeper. Sometimes this boss goes well, sometimes it doesn't. This boss creates a lot of lag whenever it fires, like, that attack right there. But ideally, we want to grab these level ups while inside of his hitbox, because then you could do that. And that was Shadowkeeper. Utilizing that slicer ability to like maintain like the iframes just allows us to kind of just like sit inside the boss's hitbox and just keep continuously damage it. It's you can't just like kind of like spam the attack. It's more like a rhythmic attack. Like you have to like be able to like move a little bit so you can slice downwards to get out of his hitbox. It's really strange like to get used to, because the lag also will stop you from like slicing up and down, up and down. Okay, that might be Australia. Or it's a peanut. We resurrected a peanut. So what's the one with the totem pole? I need to play through this section of the game in English. Or a kidney stone? That is Australia. Alright. So now that we've resurrected the world, we're done. Right? That's it. GG. Beat the game. The totem pole is North America? Yeah, I guess? Sure? Alright, we're gonna make a little pit stop here, because we did take a lot of damage on Shadowkeeper. And we're gonna eat these apples. Those full heal you. Because we don't get a heal, and we no longer heal. Once we leave the underworld. Just like by holding the crystal spear. Alright, I'm gonna grab those for safety backup. Elder tells us to come see. He's gotta show us something. We're gonna go visit Elle. Tell Elle that we're going on an adventure. But Elle doesn't want to see us right now. She's very sad. She has a feeling that she's never gonna see us again. So she tells us a temporary goodbye. And now we're leaving. Goodbye, Krista. Never to see you again. Alright, so the Elder's telling us that this hole will lead us to the surface. So when we jump in, we can't come back. And it leads us to the surface. You would think if you're in the underworld and you fall into a hole, it would lead you to the Earth's core or something. But this one leads you up. That says Resurrection of the World. So this is the surface. It's red. Nothing is alive. All we did was put land masses here. We didn't do anything else. So now we have to, our job is to go resurrect life as we know it on this planet. If you fall past the core, I don't think you're falling past the Earth's core. I don't think you're going to be doing that. Pick up some safety health. And then right into space. Yeah. Alright, so this is the Raw Tree. This is where the god of, I guess, living things resides, but right now it's pretty, barren. And we need to take out the parasite that's causing it to be barren. You. That is my life potion. But right now, we can't access a lot of things. Yeah. Oh. Can't access a lot of things. We don't know how to swim. So we need to go learn. So we released that spirit from that enemy, and then we're now gonna, grind our ankles to dust. No problem. So these are flippers. These give us the ability to swim in water. They look like leaves, but it's actually a set of flippers. Nice. Nice. Thank you, Ark. You're great. Alright, so we still can't take on the boss just yet. The boss has a very poisonous, like, barrier around it, and we can't actually fight this boss without being able, like, without being immune to this poison. Beautiful. So we need to find something that will give us immunity to this poison. So we're gonna head down this way. And we're gonna speak to a flower. Right now, since Ark is pretty much like the only living thing, Ark actually has the ability to talk to animals. And like other living things here, like flowers and like trees. This flower gives us a dewdrop. And that dewdrop is going to give us the ability to like be immune to this poison that the boss parasite here is putting off. Pick up this one required Magirock. We're gonna use that later on in the run to purchase 5 bone pins for like we're exiting a dungeon. Grab a couple more safeties. Because we're going to sit here and we're going to actually be kind of farming this boss. This boss has it spawns an enemy that, like, whenever you, like, hit the, like, the block point of it, it spawns these, like, little parasites that you can kill, and they give a ton of experience, like, for this point in the game. So we're going to be farming these up until about level 10. All right. So these little things that the boss is spitting out, they give, I think it's like 18 XP per kill or something like that. Sometimes it just loves to do this. There's like a rhythm you have to like poke the eye in order for it to spit out these little parasites. This boss has 110 HP. Gotta be careful. Little snake thing can cause a lot of damage, a lot of grief. Which is why I equipped it that extra armor. We gotta be careful here. That thing might actually hit us. We're gonna wait. Farming this boss isn't absolutely necessary. It does make things later on a lot better. Because the next dungeon we're also going to be farming a screen for a good bit to get to level 14. And since we can't farm the Dark Twin boss, we have to level up somehow. Oh. Gotta be careful here. Level 9 will be fine. So if we don't get level 10, it's okay. Just means we're gonna be in the cliffs a little longer. Trust that thing. It's getting pretty close. Level 9 is also, I think we're in this one. Yep. Oh no. I don't see us hitting level 10 here. If I've been counting right, Parasite should have like 15 health left, maybe less. No, there it goes. Well, we did get level 10, at least. So that's good. Alright. Alright, so now we just resurrected pretty much like all the plants. The plants and like the animals. Or I wouldn't say the animals, more or less like the plants and the birds. We have to make sure that right before we leave, we talk to the tree. The tree is going to basically set that flag for us to be able to reach the next section of the game. So we're going to go from living in a red planet to a regular green planet. There's life here now. This is beautiful Mode 7 at work right here. Alright, so now we saved Ra. The Ra is a tree. They are the god of all living things. They are going to give us an item that we're going to be using later on called the Grass Pen, and it full heals us, essentially. We're also going to talk to this tree. We're going to eat this little thing with a smiley face on it. That full heals us. And we're going to leave. We did our work here. But we needed to talk to the Ra there so we can actually make this vine grow, essentially. And that gives us access to the next part of the game. If you're playing this game in English, when this pop-up comes up here, this is Colorado. That's it. It's Colorado. Alright, so this is Great Cliff Hills. This is home to the pretty much like the thing that's like stopping the birds from being resurrected and like other animals. And we need to go and take out what's causing these birds to not be able to resurrect. Gotta be careful, that guy will stun you there and you will get punched in the face. We don't have the ability to basically fight these like stone golems here yet. We need to find a weapon that will allow us to. That attack there is to stop him from attacking us. So we're going to pick up the spear. This is the rock spear. Or the stone spear? Some spear. We're going to use the strength potion. That is the armor screen. That is the wrong one. And this spear is going to give us the ability to basically damage these rock golems. And also break boulders. Certain boulders, at least. It also does a little bit more damage. One thing this game actually does not tell you is that each spear has an elemental attribute. And you basically kind of like have to like trial and error a lot of these things. Like certain spears, like yes, they may have like 30 more attack damage, but some spears are actually better for like certain locations. Like, we're actually going to be using the crystal spear that we got from the very first, like, section of the game for another dungeon coming up. Just because it just does more damage. Grab this small bulb for safety. Healing items are very, very, very important in this run. Unless you're planning on manipping the, like, full manipping the final boss, which I don't do. I only manip the first form. I wanted that XP, but alright. Alright, so we're going to pick up these. It's a pretty important item here. These are the sharp claws, which will allow us to climb these walls. Like these, like, strange looking walls. And we need to be able to climb these walls in order to progress to the further parts of this dungeon. Ark does not climb fast at all. It's like a little subtle reminder there, like, do you remember you could swim? Alright. Get acquainted with this screen. We're going to be on it for a little while. We're going to need to farm up to level 14 here. Otherwise, the next section of the game, we actually can't even damage the boss there. Pick up a little money while we're here doing this, so we can buy some extra, like, healing and things like that. Chat, let's have a let's talk here. What's your favorite game? And why is it Terranigma? Once we hit level 12, the grind speeds up just a little bit. Because then we're able to essentially kill them with one attack. Sometimes we'll get a KO here. Cool thing about this game is, like, I actually did my very first playthrough of this game, I think, like 4 years ago. And I like this game so much that I was like, you know what? I want to learn it. Yeah, I love all three of the games. They're very good. Like, we never got this in, like, the US. So I never got the ability to play this as a kid growing up. But then, you know, I bought my EverDrive, my SD to SNES, and I was able to play this. I'm not a big fan of emulator. I'm very sensitive to like input lag and things like that, and you know, emulator does a very good job of giving you a bunch of input lag. So I never got a chance to like fully sit down and like play this game and enjoy it. But I was able to do that pretty recently, you know, about 4 years ago, I want to say. And just sit down and play this game and enjoy it. And I loved it. And I was like, I kind of want to learn the run. Alright, level 12 should give us the ability to kind of speed up the kills on each of these screens. Because now we should be able to just one-shot with this attack. Slicer still doesn't one-shot, though. Sometimes it does. Yeah, we choose to farm here because these enemies give a lot of XP, and it's very easy to reset the screen and respawn them. Any percent farms the boss of this dungeon. You can so you fight the boss on top of a cliff, and you can basically kill the boss and fall off the cliff. So whenever you fall off the cliff, the game resets the boss encounter, whether the boss is dead or not. So if you manage to land the kill while you're over like the pit, the game will drop you into the pit, but you're still awarded the experience. And the Dark Twins gives 500 experience for the kill. So any percent sits here and farms that boss until like level 20 or 19 or one of those. And then just proceeds to kind of like walk through the rest of the game. But like the kill itself, like trying to set up the kill, you have to know like there's a lot of like damage numbers that you have to know. So you don't accidentally like hit the boss too many times before you set up the fall. Because once the boss animation starts exploding, you can't move. So you have to be able to you have to kill the boss while you're over the pit. And I like this category better because it doesn't, you know, you can't do that. It's not allowed. So you just kill the boss once. Sister got it for her birthday when it came out. Yeah, unfortunately I was never able to play this game. But I'm glad that I did. I loved Illusion of Gaia. That was like in my top 5 favorite like SNES games. Alright, so even after level 14, we're gonna clear the screen another 10 times. And that sets up experience for the next like section of the game. So we hit level 15 before we fight the next boss. There's not enough enemies in our way in that dungeon, or that section, the Amazon, in order for us to hit 15 before we fight Stormkeeper. Alright, level 14 should be coming up in about just a minute. If you haven't taken the time to play Illusion of Gaia, Soul Blazer, or this game, please, please do. You will love it. As long as you're a fan of, like, action-based RPGs like this. I think it's like 2 more screens, maybe 3? Could be miscounting. Probably am miscounting. Definitely miscounting. Hello, Ant. I 100% miscounted. There's level 14. Alright. We just need to clear the screen 10 more times. And that sets up our experience here. Who knows, Ant? Maybe I'll learn Illusion of Gaia for next year. I think that's what, 7? What's up, Droth? Hello. We'll do 2 more clears just to make sure we're there. Doesn't hurt to have more experience. Ow. How dare you? Alright, so now it's time to fight the boss. Alright, so this is Dark Twins. That was Dark Twins. That was probably the best case scenario you could ever have for this fight. Is getting a very, like, early dive, and they're very low already, and then, because once you hit them, it jumps, it, like, flies up a little bit and turns around, and it tries to fly the other way, and the boss only has, like, 100 HP. So that was, like, best case scenario that you could have ever gotten. So now that we defeated them, we've awakened and revived the birds. So now we get to go talk to the birds. And the bees. Mostly the birds, though. Stock up on a little bit more medium healing. Those heal 70 each, which are very, very good. think it's this one. No. I forget which one it is. We might get stuck in a cutscene a couple of times. I don't know if it's this one that brings you to Windvale or if it's the other one. This one might bring me to the Amazon. Okay, no, I'd pick the right one. Alright, so we're going to be doing like a little glitch here. Normally you're supposed to throw these 3 rocks into this pit to awaken the wind. But if we throw it in and jump into our item box here, the game will allow us to move during this cutscene. Instead of watching this cutscene, we just kind of blindly navigate out, and it actually still activates the wind anyway. So that saves about 30-ish seconds or so. Alright, so now we just gotta go let the king bird know that we've like reactivated the wind, so now birds can fly. And he gives us a bird pin for our efforts. We don't ever use this thing. Oh. Alright. So this bird is going to bring us to Safarium, the Amazon. Across the ocean. It's a pretty strong bird to be able to carry an entire human like that. So we come over here because we want to go and speak with more animals, aka like the lions and the rhinos and things like that. But we find out that they're not here. We need to go figure out why they're not here. But also we get some cat jams. So here we're basically we have to release those 4 spirits, because they are pretty much like the reason like why the animals are gone. And certain enemies are basically guarding the spirits that we have to take out. Oh, wait, you didn't die? Thank you. Need that experience. So we bring those 4 spirits back to these altars, and they basically like resurrect like the food, like the grass around the area where like the animals eat. Because we find out that's the reason why the animals are not there, is that there's just no food. It's all dry. So we need to resurrect the grass. Again. And we need to do this to, I think it's 3 sections? 4 sections? Excuse me. We have to make sure we wait the whole animation of that spirit showing up. Otherwise, it don't count. We have to get hit by that frog like that, and it pushes us into that wall in order to break it. If not, we just can't progress. Okay, so we're going to make a little detour over here to the right. Grab a couple of these chests. It's a cool little trick there, where you kill the frog that's guarding the spirit, and then the other one just pushes you out of the screen. Oh, there's our level up. At some point here, we're going to be menuing to use the potion, and we're also going to be re-equipping the crystal spear. Because this boss is weak to it. All right. So now we're ready to fight the boss. We have to navigate back there. This area is like a little bit confusing, like with the different pathways that you could take in the like the water and the grass areas. But oh no, we drowned the frogs. Oh no. Okay. Alright, so this is the boss. This is Stormkeeper. Wait for the text box to appear. Use the grass pin. This will fully heal us. And it skips to like a small little cutscene. And now we just gotta wait for him to dive us. Yeah. So we kind of stay more towards the bottom here. And that was Stormkeeper. If we were to use the other spear, we would do, like, I think it was like half damage. I love to laugh at this cutscene here, because it literally looks like the Lion King when it comes up. So you can get the Nasapenya kind of effect behind it. But the animals are coming back because there's more grass and water. They have food now. Nasapenya Habavisirava. Alright, so now that we've brought the animals back, we need to talk to them. But these lions aren't friendly. They think that I'm, you know, a fool for walking into a dark cave where they live. But the king of the lions comes down here and is like, no, this human saved us. Don't eat them. And then says he wants to talk to us. So instead of talking to the dad, we talk to the mother. We find out that her son is on a journey to basically just become, like, the rightful heir to the kingdom. And she says, like, the father is too harsh. We don't know if Liam will come back safe. So we take it upon ourselves to, A, come snap our ankles again. B, we're gonna go check up on Liam. So our whole goal here is to basically, like, escort Liam to his goal. Liam is not a fast walker. If anything, he's probably got, like, molasses in his legs. So, all we can do here is run around while we wait. This is one of those, like, very slow escort missions. And you can't exit the screen without Liam there. And you have to wait for Liam's dialogue box. Otherwise, Liam will just go back to his normal spot. And you'll have to go and redo the whole screen again. So we just dance. Oh no, Liam got mixed up. Wrong turn. Make sure you tell him to go right here. If not, he will walk the other direction, and you will lose time because they're all dead ends. Alright, so now Liam tells us he's just gonna follow us and watch us destroy a bunch of birds. Alright, there's a pixel perfect spot that you can climb up here. Where you don't have to like adjust left and right to climb up here. I rarely ever get it. I'm definitely not getting it. I'm too far to the right. And even if you do get it, you still can't beat Liam to the top. He's just that good. Make sure we talk to him there, so he jumps across, and then we get to fight a boss. This is the Mud Doll. Since we can't actually physically attack him, we just have to throw rocks at him, and Liam brings us more rocks. Ark? You gonna pick up that boulder? Just have to hit him with 6 rocks and you're good to go. Okay. Oh no, we fell for his trap. He fooled us. So now it's up to Liam. Muddoll is basically just telling Liam, like, oh, you should never listen to anybody. Everybody's gonna betray you at some point. And then he's like, I'm gonna remove you from this world so you don't have to experience that kind of loss anymore. We're gonna be entering our box here to skip these text boxes. So Liam has beaten the Mud Doll. The Mud Doll actually lets Liam cross over. And then Liam comes looking for us. And then Liam finds the Starstone. And then gets us a bird out of here. Because he needs to go, you know, let Dad know, hey, I beat the trial. I'm fit to become a king. And we're going to be getting a new weapon here, too. This weapon is basically just going to be a stronger version of the Crystal Spear. It's called the Neo's Fang. It's the same element as the Crystal Spear, just a lot more damage. And that's it. We don't even need to talk to Liam or the mom. We're out of here. So long, suckers. Alright, so the king created a bridge for us to cross with these rhinos. And this brings us to the Eklamata Mountains. This is the worst placed enemy in the entire game right here. I don't know who okayed that enemy being there, but it's the worst placed enemy in the entire game. There's no way to counteract it and climb up there. Birds are jerks. So, no birds. Ow. No, the category name just refers to a boss that you fight that we've already fought. It just, the any percent run farms that boss. And no birds just means you can't farm the boss. But birds are jerks, so it's fine. No birds. Alright. So we're gonna equip that. Now we're gonna also equip the Neo's Fang. And now that we have that snow grass, that grass has healing properties, so we're gonna actually use that to heal this Yeti that was in the little pool. Because much like everybody, he says that his back hurts. Which, honestly, same. Mood. We're hoping to hit 16 before we fight the boss here. We should have good enough experience to do that. I'm gonna take out a few extra enemies here. So we made too much noise here, and now we're just gonna die to this avalanche. That's it, game over. We're now a goat. It's basically the goat just says, "You've fallen into a pit. We're stuck here, but I'm trying to find us a way out." And then it gets dark, you can't see anything, and then you basically cuddle up with the goat and go to bed. And then you wake up and the goat is ramming the wall, trying to, you know, create an opening so y'all can escape. Then she asks if you're hungry, you say you are, and then she tells you to eat her husband, which you refuse. So now we're just gonna get rammed by this goat a couple of times. And then we find out that we're stuck. Well, she's stuck. She doesn't have the ability to climb. She's a goat. She's not the goat, though. So we're just gonna leave. Never to see our goat friend ever again. So now with that avalanche passing, it actually unlocks the rest of the mountain. Which is basically what we were trying to do in the first place, is just get access to the top of this mountain. Nah, the goat was too heavy. Surely we get level 16 before Dark Morph, right? Surely that happens. Surely we get 16 before Dark Morph. We're not getting 16 before Dark Morph. We're gonna be like, just like a few experience short. There's only 2 more enemies we can kill here. Nope. Alright, well. It's okay. 15 is absolutely fine for Dark Morph. Alright, so Dark Morph has 4 different forms. We want to take these out. I'm gonna heal one more time just to be safe. Because after the Yeti's done, like, pushing us around, he's going to basically blow up all those little crystals anyway. And the less that he has on the field, the less time it takes. But his whole game is just pushing us around, so he pushes us into the crystals. But since there's none left, we're just getting moved around. Second form here is just going to be one of those little like wizard things that we saw. We just have to play ping pong with him. But if you just stand here and just do this attack, it's pretty free. It's like 15 hits or something like that. Oh, there's level 16. All right, and then the final fight of Dark Morph is actually Dark Morph himself. So we want to do those slider attacks. They do the most damage. Ideally, we take them out in 3 hits. And by killing him, we actually resurrect the humans. But it comes at a price. By resurrecting the humans, we lose our ability to talk with nature and animals. So unfortunately, by resurrecting, we can no longer talk to our friends that we made along the way, like the birds and the Liam. We can't even talk to them anymore. It's over. But it's required for this world to live. So this beast just comes out of nowhere, takes out the bird, and then the human comes out and takes out the beast. Oh wait, it was me all along. We've resurrected civilization. Unfortunately. Wish we didn't have to. Chapter 3, Resurrection of the Genius. This person's shocked that I'm awake, so she needs to go and let Kamari know that I'm awake. But we're just gonna go talk to Kamari ourselves. This is Kamari, he's a monk. He gives us an item called the Bone Pin. The Bone Pin allows us to use and exit a dungeon instantly. We're gonna need more of those, though, which is why we picked up that Magirock inside the first area. Sometimes these NPCs can walk in your way, and then sometimes they just lose all hitbox, so you just run directly through them. And this is Miho. He's important in his own way. We get to meet his daughter soon, or his granddaughter. He tells us that his granddaughter is missing, and we need to go find her. And this is Meilin, his granddaughter. Meilin is over here visiting her family in this very, very alive town. That guy tells us he's like the wealthiest person in the world, and he asks what he should do with his wealth when he dies. We tell him to take it to his grave. For no reason. Okay, so we go meet up with Meilin. She tells us to get out of here, that we're going to be getting in the way, and she doesn't want to be bothered. But we're kind of sleepy. We just woke up from like a 2,000-year nap or something. I'm kind of tired. So we're going to go rest at the inn. They tell us that there's a bed waiting for us, and we're good to go. So we're gonna go to sleep. Oh god, what happened here? There's zombies. So this is the true form of this town. This is Loran. This village has been dead for quite a while. But we need to figure out why it was just alive. When we come find here, Meilin is gone, but her scarf is still here. So now it's up to us to figure out what happened. Yomi's like, if only we had a dog to follow the scent, then we could find Meilin. Oh, that person's irrelevant. Alright, so we've got a couple items that we need to pick up here. We are not immune to evil spirits. It was just a prank, bro. Please. Thank you. So yeah, we don't have those enemies there. They have the ability to turn into spirits, and those spirits are kind of like wall masters from like Zelda. And they will bring you back to the front of the village. And we don't have anything to counteract that. So we come over here to pick up a seal, the holy seal, that will prevent the spirits from attacking us. These things are also very strong. So we're actually going to use this to take a ride to the front of the village. We're going to come over here. Because we need a weapon. A weapon that can combat these evil beings. And that's where we pick up the light rod. The light rod has like a holy attribute to it. And it just kind of does a lot of damage to these things. Just trying to kill things along the way. So with the Holy Seal equipped, we're able to basically, like, avoid being attacked by these spirits. Which you needed to be able to go through this room here without being attacked by the spirits. Because this leads to the deeper part of town. Sir. Might use a healing item here, actually. We don't want to respawn at the front. We are going to be grinding a little bit in this town. The zombies do give a good bit of experience. We're also going to stop in here real quick. There is a large bulb. It's a very nice healing item here. That heals for 150. So in a pinch, it's very, very nice. And there's a room right up here that we're going to be kind of just sitting in and killing these zombies over and over. These zombies actually have a unique way of that they award experience. If you do more than 100 damage before the head explodes, you actually get awarded double the experience. So critical hits are actually really beneficial in this spot. We're avoiding just, like, waiting for that other zombie to attack. Because when its head's coming off, it's actually completely immune to damage. And it takes about 5 seconds for it to become unimmune. And sometimes those crits will take out the zombies in one hit. These levels right here are especially important for a boss coming up later. I think level 18 is the lowest you can be for the boss to actually, like, even be able to, like, deal damage to it. But you'll be dealing 1. Granted, when we fight it at level 20, we don't deal that much more damage. We're dealing like 2s and 3s, but it adds up very quickly. We do kind of want to pick up a little bit of gold here. Actually, gonna use the strength potion here. Yeah, like the final boss, you actually can't damage the final boss unless you're level 28 or higher. You'll go into that fight and you'll get the clink sound effect. So like, yeah, you get like hard stat checked in this game. We're picking up this extra money here, just because we want to be able to afford large bulbs. In case the final boss goes in a different direction. Sometimes the final boss is not the kindest being. Hello, Tempest. So we're only here till level 19. We will be clearing the room a few extra times after 19. I wanted that. Alright, with the extra stats here, we should be plenty enough level to just start doing that. Money is good. Careful with how much damage we're taking here. This game's fantastic. You need to play it. Yeah, exactly. Same thing with Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer is also a gem. It's a crime that we never actually got this in the States. So after we hit 19 here, we're gonna clear the room 10 times. And then we'll make our way. That's gonna set us up with just enough experience to hit level 20 right before the most annoying boss in the game, I want to say. And even, like, its most annoying boss, even in a casual playthrough. Alright, so we're not going to count this room as a clear. Alright, so we're going to clear 10 more times. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. So remember that NPC we were talking about that was like, oh, I should take my money to my grave? We told him that for a very particular reason. It's so we can rob him. We have to wait for Turbo to get here, so might as well get some extra experience while we wait. Turbo is following the scent of Melan on the scarf. So we find out that Melan was the whole reason that this village looked alive when we first came in here. She actually has powers that allows her to basically like project her thoughts and feelings. So she basically turned this entire village alive again, just so she could spend more time with her parents, who unfortunately did die in this village. But her parents come back and tell her basically like she needs to move on, she's grown up, and that they're okay. So Melan basically just removes the curse on this village and gets rid of all the spirits. And then Miho shows up and is like, yo, thanks, my granddaughter's a dummy. And then we just leave. So casually, this part here, you're supposed to go and talk to like these like what they call the wandering people. And then you're supposed to do like this like series of like turns and stuff like that to get like the right path here. But if you just do something like that, you can get to the other side pretty easily. Like, you have to, like, go south, and then left, and then, like, up, and then left again, and then up. But we ain't got time for that. So yeah, by holding up left, we take like a more upwards left turn there. We're able to basically kind of get through that screen with no problem. Pick up some extra money, pick up that bulb, and then we're out of here. We're gonna utilize this mushroom very soon here to create a sleeping potion. But first off, we're gonna buy a flower for $5. And then she tells us we're too cheap if we don't buy 2. So yeah, she's kind of a jerk. What is no birds percent? It just bans farming the boss of the Great Cliff. The cliffside boss, which are 2 birds. Any percent farms those to like level 20. This category just bans that, so you have to figure out a way to level up differently. Which is honestly way more fun anyway than managing the bird killing. Yeah, because like the way that like I was explaining earlier, the way that it works, like whenever you like defeat the boss, arc just stops. But if you defeat the boss a certain way, where you're like already like flying off the cliff, you're awarded the experience, but you fall off the cliff and then the boss respawns. So you could just continuously do this for 500 experience per boss kill until your desired level. This guy has a different color hair. He must be important, right? That's Royd. He'll be important later. For now, he's just blue guy. So now we meet the princess here, and the king says, you can marry my daughter if you figure out what's like causing her to not be able to speak. So when we get here and we see this, you know, the princess, we find out that she looks just like Elle from our village, which is strange. What's Elle doing here? I thought she was in the underground. Anyway, we're gonna leave. Got some shopping to do. Pick up 5 bone pins here. Those will be used to escape dungeons. And then we picked up that mushroom to give to this guy here. So in the meantime, while we were visiting the princess and finding out that she looks like Elle, this guy was making a sleeping potion. We're going to use this sleeping potion to pretty much put the entire castle to sleep. Because we need to do some snooping. If everybody's awake, I can't snoop. So the maids here are talking about about like why the king has been acting weird lately. So we, while they're distracted, we slip the sleeping powder in, and now we exit the castle and come back, and now everybody's asleep. So we can do some exploring. Because we have a suspicion that the king is behind this. Just gonna push that guy out of the way. Find a little secret passageway in the king's room. And it leads us to an item called the bell. So we find out that there's a forest that nobody can traverse because it has like a Lost Woods effect on it, and only the bell can lead you in the right direction. So like the lore behind it is the bell rings when you're on the right path. But we only actually need it for one path, so it actually guarantees us that we get through the forest without, you know, any problems. So we find out, you know, we find here that our suspicions were right. This forest has something to do with everything going on. So we're going to pick the upper left path here. Kill some of these bats. We're going to pick the up path here. And then right before we go into this next path, we're going to equip the bell. So it just rings that we are in the right area. And then we go north. So without the bell, you're actually not able to see, like take that right path. It'll just keep you in that forest loop forever. We get this weird sensation that we're being followed. Who could that even be? I don't know. We're just gonna keep going. Then Ark turns around, he's like, I feel like someone's following me. This is a very easy to miss item here, and you need it for the next section. This is a dog whistle. What's up, L-Rock? This is a dog whistle, and we're gonna need this. It's very important. There's our level 20. We hear a loud scream, and then oh look, it's Meilin! She says she's been following us. She said there was something about us that she needed to follow. Oh, we're not summoning any pups. Alright, so we arrive at a village. Yo, this village looks kind of familiar. This is Stockholm. But why does it look like Krista? So we get surrounded by a bunch of wolves. This basically says one wrong move and they'll rip your throats out. So you can't move. Which is why we need the dog whistle here. If you move, you die. And we find this very... I guess it's a portrait. It looks like a portrait. It smells like a portrait. But it's a portrait of Elle and her parents. Her real parents. But what's it doing in this village deep in the woods? What's up, Czar? So we find out later on that the wolves that we scared away with that whistle are the guardians of that village. They're actually the villagers, just in wolf form. So we're gonna bring this portrait back to Elle and show it to her. And we're gonna see if that, like, gets her to speak. So it shows us a cutscene here. And the king was like, wait, it's this village. And you find out here that the king actually ordered his soldiers to attack this village because he was looking for the sacred treasure. And because the people of this village didn't want to give up the sacred treasure, he actually has them killed. Every single person in the village. And that includes Elle's parents, who were like the, I guess, the chief and the chief's wife of the village. So he takes Elle as his own and raises her to be the princess. Yo, how's the chief talking to us? He tells us that our mission's not over. We need to continue to resurrect the world. So when we waken, we find out that the king is dead. Either the king fell ill and just died, or someone killed the king. Japanese shit. I always look at the portraits on the wall and I immediately just think that they're like the Ghostbusters. Nice. Yeah, the boss of this dungeon is, it's a big skill check here. Things are so much more simple while we have to wait for Liam. It's so true. Poor Liam, we don't even know how he's doing. We didn't even call. I call these portraits the Ghostbusters, by the way. Look, you have Bill Murray, the guy that sings the actual song. For some reason, Lestat from Interview with the Vampire is here. I mean, we're bringing a spirit back to a body here in this part, so like it's definitely like Ghostbusters. So like I just immediately think of when there's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Yeah. Taking a lot of damage here. Alright, so you find hints around the castle that tell you what the code is for this. But we just know the code. Mark. Thank you. Oh, I didn't want to fall down that far. Jesus. So we need to find the 4 gems that socket themselves into each of the portraits. And they're in kind of like strange locations. No, this side. Silly, it's this way. Alright, so we know there's a gem on the other tower here, but we have no way of getting there. But Yomi has a good idea. See, we see there's a gem in this little, like, statue on the other side. But Yomi has a good idea for us to get across. So we're gonna listen to Yomi. He's just gonna shove us off the tower. See, look, everything's fine. Let's go this way. Right? Yeah. I don't need this, but the defense actually helps. Next, we're going to use a bone pin to escape. I was actually supposed to equip the magic box instead. Your favorite Metroidvania is Super Mario 64? It's a pretty good one. My favorite RPG is Pac-Man. It's okay, though. Alright, so now we have the 4 gems. Yeah, Pac-Man has, like, HP stats, a strength skill. Oh. So now you get to find out the history of these 4 portraits. I'm telling you, the second one is definitely Bill Murray. All right, so we have the most boss coming up here. This is definitely the boss of all the bosses. If you've ever played this game, you'll understand. Alright, so we're gonna wait up here by Columbo. We're gonna face downwards, and whenever they stop, we're gonna slice upwards, and we need to do that 3 times. Basically what they're saying is, there are four of us, 3 of us are fake, and the one facing away from you is the real one. So if we face down and they stop above us, we know the one behind us is the real one. I've definitely seen this boss make people, like, quit playing this game. This is supposed to be a Simon Says game. This is Bloody Mary. This boss deals a lot of damage, and is a pain. This boss is also the first stat check in the game. I am getting the worst RNG here. My god, this is like the worst pattern. She has 3 different attacks. She has this, she has the teleport, and then she has a where she like takes her mask off. All right. Yeah, that's Bloody Mary. We do not talk to Columbo there. That will initiate a long cutscene, and we actually don't even need to talk to him. All right, we're gonna be making a save here because we're gonna be doing an RNG manipulation. The next section here, we're going to be getting on a boat and going to another land. But we're taking Elle and the soldier with us, Fida. Fida tells us to look after Elle. She's got some things to take care of first. But we're going to be making a save here because the boat that we get on gets attacked by ghosts. The Ghostbusters that we, you know, dealt with didn't save us. But the manipulation that we're going to do is basically to ensure that the ghost spawns in one specific spot rather than playing the guessing game. By resetting the console, it actually resets the entire RNG value. Okay. So as long as we did everything right and we made it here as fast as possible, no extra NPCs moved. We talk to Elle, we call her stuck up, and then we go to bed again. Ark is just one sleepy boy. He's like 5 sleepy boys in a trench coat. So you see that an evil ghost is attacking Elle. Alright. So that top right one was the real one. That one's the real one. Oh, hello? That one was fake. That was weird. Why did the attack miss? Oh well, we got the right ones at least. That's all L is just a floor DPS. We actually have 2 more potential RNG manipulations that we're going to be doing in this run. The second one is probably not going to happen. I will attempt it. It's probably not going to work. The third one is going to be an RNG manipulation for the final boss's first form. I don't understand how Ark sleeps like this. Buddy, the bed is like 20 feet away from you. How did you wake up all the way over there? Yeah, they basically said that Elle has taken off without us. She said that we're gonna, she's gonna be too much of a burden for us, and she's leaving. So instead of going searching for Elle, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna watch this guy skateboard. So that's Perel. We're going to enter this house to basically shorten Perel's walking. And he's going to introduce us to all his friends. But we're missing a friend. We need to go find this friend. But instead of going look for the friends, we're going to come up here. And we're going to defeat this tree stump. So we're going to be equipping a new weapon and some new armor. We also equipped this log. because we're going to need this log in just a bit. The reason that we're going to be re-entering, grabbing these logs is we need 9 of them in order to build a bridge. So we're at 4. Excuse me. I don't know how much experience those gives, but we'll kill him anyway. That is 6. And we're gonna get our last one, and then we'll be out of here. Alright, so we need exactly 9 of these to talk to this NPC to give him so he can build us a bridge. And you have to talk to him 9 times. He won't just take all 9 of them off of our hands. And then he built a bridge out of brick. Alright, so we have to come over here to a familiar territory here. We're supposed to go into this town here, Liado, but we need to make a detour real quick. This will save us a decent bit of time of backtracking later on in the run. This bird is going to bring us to an area where there are penguins. And we're going to trade that pretty flower that we bought for a starstone that is needed for the final section of the game. There is no hint, no information. This isn't a bird. This is a chicken. Chickens aren't birds. They're food. I don't think I actually have to equip to do it. I do. Okay. It's a flying kiwi. Yeah, there you go. See? Alright, look away. We're flying on the kiwi again. Alright, so when this chicken drops us off, then we can go to the next town. The town of Liado. This town is also a cat jam. Looks a little too old for the stork to carry. I mean, what if the stork came over to your house and delivered a 19-year-old person? We do a lot of sleeping in this run. I just realized. Keep the door locked and call the cops. You know what? That's honestly a fair point. So Malin has this come back to the statue. There's a saying about the statue that you'll see the person you're destined to be with at the statue, and the person that you love the most. And Malin wanted to test us to see who we see, and we see Elle, our Elle, but she was just a hologram. She's fake, not even real. So Malin is like, so that's who you really love. And now she's mad at us because we don't love Malin. We love someone else. So instead of going after Malin here, we're gonna hop on this boat, and we're gonna go stab some fish. Gonna visit the mermaid tower here, but there are no mermaids. They're being held captive by a fish. Fish abuse? Fish are friends, not food. Except for these are food. Okay, so this is what we wanted. We wanted to hit 21 here. I will do one more room of this farm. And we'll make our way back up. These are very good experiences. Not really needed, but it's very good experience. Alright, and then we have a kind of like a small boss here. This boss runs away if you get too close to it. But if we wait for it to try and swim close to us, we can just do that, kind of win. It's kind of free. Alright, we're done stabbing fish. The fish are gone. Extinct. But the mermaids are back, though. So we find out that this mermaid here in particular is the There's a cave up north that's being blocked by an NPC saying that he's waiting for his wife to get here. But we find out that she's dead. So he wants proof. So she gives us the engagement ring. And this guy basically said that if we find out what's causing like all the monsters in the sea to attack, he'll give us his ship. So he gave us his boat. So now I have a free boat. People are generous in this year. So we use that to kind of like navigate back up here, because we're going to be heading up to the Great Lakes Cave. As you can see, look, y'all, it's the Great Lakes. Look, there's 5 of them. It's actually called the Great Lakes, funny enough. So in the time while this guy was waiting for his wife to come back, we actually find out that he was dead too. So get your crab emojis in chat, I guess. Jesus. I am going to eat this delicious large bulb and one of these smaller ones. So that's the air herb. That allows us to basically, like, swim underwater. Because we need to be able to navigate through, like, these little hidden passages. Not that way. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I, for one, am very ecstatic that that guy was dead. I shouldn't say that, but still. Make sure we don't forget this item. If not, you have to go all the way back through the dungeon. That is the magic anchor. That's gonna prevent us from getting washed up, like, away from, like, fast-moving waters. Alright, we're gonna pick up this weapon here. This is the Geo Rod. It's gonna come in handy in the near future. Oh. Well, okay. That's fine. Ideally, we don't want to die there, but that's okay. We just spawn back at the boat. You know what? You're kind of right, though. This game does have a body count like Hamlet. Nope. Minor time loss just from the death. But that's okay. We just get more dungeon, it's fine. We love dungeon, right? I Uh-oh. Did I lose y'all? Did stream go bye-bye? Too much. I'm just jabbing a bunch of fish. It's okay, chat. These fish, they were expired. They weren't even delicious to cook. I don't know who to contact about the frames being dropped. But for those who can hear me, we're gonna grind this until 24. 24 is our magic number here. For some reason, these fish give like 50 experience or something like that. You'd think they would have ran some interference when I was, you know, killing something that wasn't a fish. Alright, we are going to heal. And we are going to re-equip the Neofang here. Should I just keep going? Should I pause? 'Cause I can pause. Alright, well, if you were able to see it, that boss was the Hedodaron. It's basically like a giant, like, sea god that was being attacked by some killer starfish. And we saved Will, the missing friend. So now we get to go on a adventure in our new fancy boat. Make some pit stops here to pick up some extra money. We need about 6660 gems to purchase a set of armor coming up in a little bit. That's going to be the bloody armor, which halves our HP, but gives us a lot of attack strength. And we're also going to be picking up some boots here. These are called the Turbo Boots. These will be so we can actually dash and go fast. We need to pick the Georod. And we're gonna put these dash boots on immediately. Alright, so we're gonna stop in this town. We find Fida here. Girl there, she's like a little nurse. She says that Fida's suffering from like hallucinations. And if we don't get her treated soon, she might die. So they tell us that we need ginseng in order to basically cure her condition and stop the hallucinations. But the only person in town that has ginseng is this guy. And he is angry at the world. His brother left and has been doing some shady business. But he says, as long as you deal with my brother, I'll give you some ginseng. So we get the ginseng. And then this guy makes it into a drinkable potion for us. So then we can now give it to Fida and cure her. Alright, and this is one of those cutscenes that if we hit the wrong option, we have to watch the whole cutscene over. So we gotta be a little careful here. This whole cutscene basically tells you the story of why Fida is having these like hallucinations and bad dreams, because you find out that the king ordered Fida to actually kill everyone in the village, including Elle's parents. And the parents basically say, "We understand, we can't give you the treasure. Please take care of our daughter." Okay, we didn't mess up. We will not get this cutscene a second time. Alright, so since we did that, Fida's gonna make a full recovery. We are going to attempt the Dragoon Castle RNG manip. I don't think it's gonna work, but you know what? We're gonna try it anyway. So if done right, we can basically skip a lot of these guards. As long as we don't get captured by this guard right here immediately. Oh, well. Nope. Alright, well, the Manip is already gone, but... we made it past one of the more annoying sections. There's only one more guard that's, like, really bad to deal with. Can't believe we've been bamboozled, and it's not even the real L. We do find out that the other L is here. She's being held captive. We find out that this guy, the doctor's brother, has been dealing in illegal smuggling of metals. Has hired a bodyguard, aka Royd. Meanwhile, we're just sleeping. We get saved by Fida. She asks us how we got caught. We just say it's a bratty little teenager. So now comes the fun guard. So we're gonna get caught, get thrown out of the castle. This guard right here is probably the worst guard in the entire castle. Come on. Just let me by. This is why we RNG manipulate this castle, as that guard in particular. The rest of the guards are fine. It's just that one. Now we're being double-crossed. Now we've seen both L's in this castle. What's going on? Fida snaps us out of it. She's like, yo, Ark, wake up. Your girlfriend's not here. Then Malin comes to rub it in our face here, and then Fida just slaps the crap out of her. Which, honestly, deserved. Malin's just being a giant little brat, and yeah. We find out that the doctor's doctor, uncle's sister, best friend, I don't know, one of those people, basically sealed this door off and says, I have no more use for you. You've served your purpose. But thankfully we have Perel and his awesome skateboard that can destroy walls. It was a grow-up slap. Alright. So we're gonna get caught again, because it doesn't matter. There's no more care about guards anymore. You get a hint in this castle saying, like, if you put out the 6 flames, the door will open. And then Malin tells you earlier about a switch on this wall here. Yo, Yeast mentioned? Yeast mentioned? Hell yeah. Skateboard was passed out from Dogi. Alright, thanks, Fida. You have to be careful here. If you get too far ahead of Malin, you can actually get L stuck in a wall and it soft locks the game. So we have to just be careful with that and just kind of stay like in line with her. Because Lord knows I want to do that castle over. I don't. I'll never understand this room that's coming up here. Oh, by the way, Royd kills this guy. Add 1 more to the body count. I'll never understand this room where you can just run across these gaps, even though they're pits. Sometimes it lets you run across both of them. Sometimes it only lets you run across one. Why? I couldn't tell you. And now the castle's gone. It blew up. It's gone. Alright. So now the price of metals have gone down since we got rid of the person smuggling them in and selling them for like very, very expensive. So that's going to allow Will to build his airplane that he was working on. He couldn't build it before because the price of metals were way too high. So chat, not only do we have a boat, but Ark now owns a plane soon. Just have to go to Near Lake. Alright, cool. Now we own a plane. And there's just suddenly an airport here. There hasn't been one banquet with jousting. True. There's enough bloodshed, though. Alright, this is Mosque. We're only here for two things. We're going to pick up this armor. And we're going to max out on large bulbs. And now we're going to come over here to Baruga's laboratory, which probably has my favorite theme in the game. We have the Geo Rod on, right? We do. Resurrecting the world. So right now, we're still in the process of resurrecting the world. But we're stepping a little bit out of our realm. We're doing more than what was asked of us. We've resurrected the humans, but we're learning too much, according to the Elder. Alright, we have our final grind in the game here. This is a pretty quick grind. We're gonna grind to 27. The enemies in here give a ton of experience. 28 is the minimum level that you can be to actually deal damage to Dark Gaia. So we'll be in here until we hit 27. And that'll give us just enough time to hit 29 by the time we get to the final boss. Really? I didn't know that. That's actually pretty cool. Actually, Gazera, it was red herring. Shoutouts if you actually watched a pup named Scooby-Doo. It was red herring. Alright, we'll do one more loop, and we'll be out of here. That's just to give us enough of a buffer to hit 29. Okay. Find out that the password for that terminal is Bloody Mary. Alright, so we're gonna make a very quick equipment adjust. This is Megatron. Oh, nope, wrong way. Alright. So we've now officially awakened the genius. This is Baruga. He is a genius scientist. We find out that he is working with an unnamed person that is trying to basically, like, return the world to its former state. He's trying to create a world of people that he can control, aka making these zombies. But Baruga doesn't like anybody being near him. So we get zapped, and there's an attempt at killing Ark here, but we're actually saved by Komari. But Baruga uses his smarts to basically kind of completely obliterate this town. But can he survive the blades? He can survive normal blades, but if they're airplane blades, no, he can't. Yeah, he uses a super weapon there that just kind of, like, destroys an entire town. What do you mean? Everybody knows what Neo Tokyo is. We've been there. Sort of. Never. It's okay, we're going there soon. But yeah, Komari saves us by basically like teleporting us. He says it's not our time to die. So he teleports our spirit and our soul and body to a safe location. Which Neo Tokyo? Yes. Wait, I don't need to do this. If you want to. So we're going to come back through here. We need to get to a dock, and the only dock that's available to us is through this desert. So we need to start sailing. So Komari tells us telepathically, like, while we're, like, sleeping, that we need to find the Starstones. So we find one here on this dead body. Y'all can add one more to the death counter if you've been keeping track. We're going to make a very quick visit to Australia. And I mean, very quick visit to Australia. To come visit Ayers Rock here. This guy has basically just been standing here staring out into space. And he's like, I was told to give this rock to the person that was meant to be. And somehow he knows this. And gives us a Starstone. We already got the Starstone from the penguins. So now we're gonna head over to that town that we just saw get obliterated, because we've been there thousands of times. Like, it's like my favorite vacation spot. This is Neo Tokyo. It's dead. They basically say that, like, that's a trans receiver, and you can hear, like, flowing water on the other side of it. So there's someone in the sewers, and you're like, "Help! I'm being chased by something." And it's apparently the only survivor left in Neo Tokyo. $28 here is very good. Get another phone call. This is the telemarketer. Something about my car's extended warranties expiring soon. It's one of the only key items in the entire game that you don't have to equip to use. One more prank call. That one was, I think, to say, like, my dog was missing. Then we find the prank caller. This is, this girl. She's being chased by a lion in the sewers. I don't even know how this makes any sense. What's a lion doing in the sewers? Is my refrigerator running? Maybe. So we're coming here to save this girl. And then we find out that this this lion is surprisingly friendly. We find out that this lion is actually Liam, our old pal. I'd better resurrect the Earth to reach a technological level to sustain an electric grid and go catch it? Well, I don't wanna. Not anymore, unfortunately. He says things like growl and roar and... Am I gonna kill Aslan? We already did. Left him right there on the stone pillar. So we're not in Narnia? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We're in Narnia's cousin. France. Ark, why are you just drinking random liquids that have been sitting out here next to a fire for probably 100 years? What the hell's wrong with you? Welcome to Asterica. Phrasing? No, I know what I said. Terranigma? Oh god. I told you you could live. Forbidden beverages. Hey, we know these people. Look, it's El, Fida, and, Royd. What are they all doing down here? And there's a whole bunch of forbidden beverages down here. Something about Elle has been, like, living down here for 100 years or something like that, and she's gained superpowers. And then she just kills these two. And Fida and Royd are just like, I love you, goodbye. And they just die. That's it, they're dead. It's over. GG. Find out that this is not really Elle, and this is all just a dream. So now she wants us to drink one of these liquids. So we drink it. And it tastes like stale pork chops. In a blender. Blended with milk and coconut. Oh well, we got a Starstone out of it. Yeah, the end of human life is trite is kind of a banger line. Alright, so now that we have all 5 Starstones, we're gonna head over to the South Pole and visit Santa Claus. By putting those Starstones there, we actually unlock this specific gravestone. This gravestone is, I guess how they describe it, it's like, it's light side arc. Or dark side arc. But basically this version of Arc basically says, your job here is done, your people need you, and then they just literally kills Arc. Yeah, so now Arc is actually dead. Chapter 4, Resurrection of a Hero. But now we're revived as a baby. And we're in Stockholm for some reason. Oh god, somebody give that baby a bottle. Good grief. Yeah, pretty much like the light side arc is like, your job here is done. We're gonna basically have you reborn or whatever, and you're reborn as a baby. And L starts taking care of you, and then the other L shows up from the underworld, and you find out that this L was sent on a mission to kill this baby because the Elder is not happy that you got resurrected. It's getting weird. Look, if we could read Japanese, we'd understand a bit more. Got weird hours ago. It was weird the moment I started the file. Alright, so the Elder is telling L to kill this baby. But she can't do it. And then the other L finds her, and now there's like this whole Spider-Man cutscene, like... And then Yomi shows up and is like, who's the real one? And then Komari jumps in and is like, yo, it's not your time to die, Ark. It's time for you to grow up. And then hits him with a mountain of student loan debts and bills and back pain and dead-end job. And a 92 Honda Civic. I don't know why it's a 92 Honda Civic, but that's what we're rolling with. Oh, which L do you want to be with? Emotional damage? That just comes with the territory. That comes with the Civic. The emotional damage comes with the Honda Civic. So Komari feeds us a bunch of energy, and we grow up instantly back into regular Ark. And the other L couldn't kill us, so she tries to run. And Yomi was like, you need to kill her. So as we try to run back, you know, to talk to L, Yomi comes out and is like, you know what, I'll take care of it myself. He stuns us with a quake attack, and then L dies for us. So, +1 to the body count, I guess. But we're talking about a Honda Civic, not a Dodge minivan. So, Darkside L saves us by taking Yomi and killing Yomi and basically herself. Now there's another box. Chad, did you want the boat or did you want the mystery box? You cannot dodge this emotional minivan. Which door has the goat behind it? We left the goat on the mountain. The goat's dead. So this is light side Yomi. This is the nice Yomi. This Yomi gives us the hero pike, the hero armor, which we don't ever use. The hero armor sucks. So we're gonna equip this hero pike. We find this this messenger, this carrier bird chicken. Look, it looks like a it looks like a fried chicken right now. It's a miniature fried chicken. Not even a bird anymore. It's just dinner. This dinner brought us a message. It says, "Hey, we're gonna attack Baruga's laboratory. He has a mountain laboratory, and we need your help." You actually have to exit the entire town just to use this to leave. Okay, so we are going to hop on the ship and go to our airport. There's only one airport in the entire game that's reachable by boat. It's a fried chicken. It's not even a bird. Oh, I didn't go far enough. There we go. It's a bird. It's a plane. Nope, it's just Ark. Alright, so now we're gonna head over here to Baruga's lab tower. And they're like, "Hey, you got our message that we sent on the carrier chicken, fried chicken with barbecue sauce." Alright, so we need to get through here, and we need to get to Baruga's airship, where Baruga is hiding. We need to confront Baruga. There's a lot of security measures in here, so we're gonna need the help from all of our friends, and this crane. Pretty much, it's like the Avengers assemble. Pro with the power to skateboard. I don't even want to know how he made something explode with a skateboard, but sure. Because that would be too easy. Now we need Fighter here. We're gonna press this button at the same time. You just press the button and it opens. It was so violent it had to be done off screen. Unbelievable. Right here in my children's game. That skateboard scene cost $37 million just to film it. Yeah. No, we're grown up now. Kamari made us like 20 years old or something. Have you seen somebody that's a few weeks old just jump off this thing and land on an airship? I don't think you have. So now we got some bombs. We're gonna blow up an airship. You ever just plant a bomb and it just whistles at you? Roy, shut up. No. Roy, shut up. No one asked. Yeah, we love Terranigma. It's such a good game. Fighter, you can walk faster than that. No, we want to go this way first. You know what? That's fair, Osteo. I learned this speedrun about, I want to say 4 years ago? Alright, so now we've placed all 7 bombs. We're gonna blow up the airship while we're on it. And then we're gonna confront Baruga, the smartest man in the world. He's bragging over here about how he's the genius and he's gonna escape. And then this fan blade turns on and yep, Baruga's dead. And then we finally realized the problem with us planting bombs on this airship. This airship's now spiraling out of control and it's gonna blow up. And we're still on it. We didn't even think of an escape plan. But this bird shows up. Chicken shows up, not bird, sorry. And offers to bring us to the nearest Popeyes. There went Fida and Royd, by the way. Those 2 are also gone. So that's 3 to the body count. But it's okay, we're fine. So we have one last thing that we need to do, and this is the final section of the game. That's pretty much what the whole thing is. It's like, you know your jetpacks were linked to those computers you just blew up, right? Oh. Oh. Alright, so we are going to equip those. We are going to make one final save here. And we are going to be attempting an RNG manipulation on the final boss. So we need to go back to where everything began. Back into the underworld, because the pathway opened back up. We need to go confront the Elder. And say, hey, we resurrected the world. What's going on? Then we find out that the Elder is not actually the Elder. The Elder is actually Dark Gaia. Who is like the evil mastermind behind everything. So the reason that we do this manipulation is that Dark Gaia's first form has a series of different attacks, and only one of them will allow us to hit him. And we manipulate this to basically get him to shoot the orb first, and then allow us to hit his core and kill. So we're skipping all these text boxes here. We wait for that soul on the right to show up. And if we did the manipulation correctly, Dark Gaia's first attack should be the orb launch attack, which will allow us to reflect it back at him, and then his core shows up. And we're able to basically take him out in one cycle. And that's what the manip does. It makes the first cycle of Dark Gaia 1 very easy. Dark Gaia 2, I do not manip because I am higher level than the manipulation goes. I don't trust the healing outside of this. If you're hit for a higher damage than you have, like health-wise, while it's healing you up, you do die. I don't trust. Yeah, if you don't block this attack, you actually get hit for half your HP every single time. It will never kill you unless you actually block, though. He's like one hit away. Brother. And that's time. That run went shockingly very good. Shockingly very good. That's actually like within 3 minutes of my PB. My PB is a 405. Yeah, well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, that was a very, very good run. I'm actually impressed that that run was that good. Even the ending is birds. But you find out this category is named No Birds, but all along, Ark was a bird himself. It's just the most unfortunate plot twist of the entire series. So you murdered an innocent old man, does that mean the world is fixed now? Yes. The world is saved. Okay, but it's not without consequence. Because everybody in here, you find out everybody here that lives here in this village is fake. They're not even real. Yeah, about the no birds. Yeah, don't look at the screen, okay? Don't worry about it. You might see like a bird or two or something, but don't worry about it. They're not even real. Birds aren't real. They can't hurt you. Alright, so basically, like, Light Gaia is like, you could spend your final times in this village before we send you away forever. So you know what we're gonna do to spend our final time in this village? Because we can't leave. We're gonna do the only thing that Ark knows how to do. We're gonna go to bed. And that's it. That's Ark. He's sleeping. And this is Elle saying, you know, I think you're cool and all, but I think we should just be friends. I found this new guy. His name is Jimmy. And they're gonna go and play Illusion of Gaia together. Is this nerd doing a run? No, we're done. Can't you see? My timer stopped, Desert. Ugh. Unreal. Alright, Chad, don't look, but there may or may not be a bird on the screen. Top 10 anime betrayals. But yeah, big shout outs to the Quintet series like community. I know a lot of the community is mostly it's a lot of German runners. There are a couple of English runners of this game, like US runners. But like the majority of the people that run this game in particular, they are German runners, and they're very friendly. I've talked with quite a bit of them, and the record holder is who actually got me like all the information I needed for the run, Zatox. But super good community. They're super helpful, like if you have questions. But overall, just great. I love this game. If you ever wanted to learn this run, I have the notes that I can send your way. The notes are for any percent, but you can just kind of do like the all birds, no birds off of that. But hope you enjoyed my silly banter with this game and my kind of like narrating the how I view the story. But yeah, thanks for having me here. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. This is a very long game, so I'm gonna go and demolish some fried chicken now after, you know, this is over with. And I hope you enjoy more of this marathon. And not, you know, no birds. But I will toss it back to you. You aren't promised anything, Deagle. See, you can't even spell. Uncolo. Nice. Good job. Spectacular typing. But, yo, thanks for having me, y'all. I appreciate it. I will let the next person get their run started. I will see y'all again on Friday, and I will be running Dragon Quest III HD 2D. And I am looking forward to that run going in the opposite direction that it needs to be. But thanks for having me, y'all. Y'all have a good one.